Good morning. Today is 6th of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Mornington. This is in Victoria and we haven't raced here for a very long time. This is going to be after a long time that we are going to be racing here. This is an anti-clock direction. The racing is going to happen anti-clockwise, not clockwise. And the last finishing mile from this last bend to the finishing post, which I think it is going to be 210 meters approximately. So they're showing this clockwise, but this is actually anti-clockwise. That's what I understand from the way this track is, but the arrows are shown clockwise. We'll see how it is working because when I checked, it said that it is anti-clockwise, but the arrows are showing clockwise. So that's a little confusing, but we'll try and take a look at which way the racing is happening and figure it out. But that's more or less like it. The thing about this is I've gone through the data and it looks like either it is going to be one of the best days that we have had in last few months, or this is going to be absolutely disaster because of how the track plays. We've got 8 races here, but unfortunately we'll be able to do only 7 of them. My data went wrong on the 8th one, so the server kind of rebooted and I lost that data. But out of 8 we are going to be able to do 7, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good, we get into the races, we place our bets. But if we find that there are changes which are circumstantial or better horses at the paddock, we often step out of the races or make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings, and the third one used to be Top Sport at one point of time, but now they have become something else. This is where we try and take a look at the winning numbers. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Mornington, and see the number of scratchings. 3 has been scratched, so that's that. And 10-6-2-5. Right, so for the first one, if we look through the odds, it's 10,625. If we look through the rails, that happens. Okay, now 10 wins, that is more or less what we see here. 10 should be winning, and if we try and look at how the pressure has been laid down, so this is the outer drift. This one should get in second position. 5 is well within the rails, and it has the pressure to build it through. So I am not looking at any other data today, because we need to get this thing straight. We've suffered majorly yesterday because of some stupid mistake that happened, but we're going to try and rectify. We need to reduce the number of channels. So I am not going to be unless it is absolutely necessary, we're not going to take a look at the other areas. But here the odds are 10,625. 10 and 2 should be a forecast. 10 and 2 should be a forecast. 10 to 5 should be a try, and 10 to 5, 6 should be a super. That's how it should play. There are others who are there, but for the first one, for the first couple of races, we're going to just check if they are doing exactly what they should be doing. Having said that, this one 7 is a check. That 7 is a check. We'll take a look at the 7 at the paddock, and we'll see what that 7 is capable of doing. If there is something this one is anyway a maiden race. But having said that, this thing has all that. This is where exactly it has 12 races, no score, so probably it's a bad call. The other two which are here is these two, 8 and 9. Both of them got same pressure lines, but 9 is the other one which could be a check. So 7 and 9, they kind of have certain possibilities, but the other side of the story is this one has got 12 races, it did not do anything. This one has got 5 races, it did not do anything, but they do have certain amount of advantage in this race. Whether that will work or not, that's a separate issue. But so far they've got 12 and 5 races, they did nothing. 6 is probably the 4th position. That's more or less like it. If then this one might be, it's between 9 and 3 for the 4th position. Could be 9 and 3. They both are in the same 418, but I like 6. 9 and 3 as in like 1 and 6. The gate number is like that. I like 6 more, but 1 definitely has leverage. 1 definitely has leverage. So I like the 6, should get in. It is tailing 4. This one is way out. So this should be the 4th position. 10. Then the outer drift. 5 and 6. That should be it. We'll see how it works. But the odds are the same, and probably a little here and there. So either these people are going to be distributing money today, or we are at a very wrong place at a very wrong day if they start messing up. The only way to get out of this situation is they playing up. And if that happens, it'll be very visible. It'll be very visible. Either they will give a late start or a bad start, or the horses are going to get stuck at the gates. Jockeys will fall. Riderless horses. All that nonsense will happen. I mean, to get out of this, what I think. I don't think Mornington will play up. I mean, I want to keep that faith to begin with. But the way things are today here, it's either they're distributing money, or the other way is they will play up majorly. Two of the extreme things will happen here today. We'll stick to the win bets to begin with. We'll see if we can get the clubs.
Jump on the car and find a lot more. As 3 and 4, Pierre Boutvalin and Sarah Murray.
This is Sunshine Coast.
She's second up. I thought she was good first up at Golden, beaten only 4 lengths, but her best runs in the past have still been over a bit further. For Bob Joseph and Paul Jones is Christmas Star. Jean Panoffen is in the saddle. She's one you can't miss, the 3-year-old filly. She's a striking grey. She's another one that's had a few chances. 8 starts for 5 minor placings, but all of her runs have really been good, particularly her first up one at Orange, where she sat behind speed there and she tapped the line to just be beaten and run third. Now, she was supposed to go around again after that first day of the Auburn Carnival and scratched at the gate. So that now sees her 5 weeks between runs, but she does parade very fit.
Speaking of parading, it was Classic Azabel who was getting a little bit on her toes here in the parade ring. She's now gone out on the pony. Violet Salisbury claims at 3 for Doug Gorrell.
Yeah, well, probably just typical of a 2-year-old here. A bit overwhelmed by the occasion away from home, it seems, but she seems to be trotting quite relaxed alongside the pony now. I was quite taken by her 2 trials. She seems a very sensible, straightforward filly. She's shown good speed, and she was ridden out in her most recent one to go to the line with the winner. No weight and a soft draw will help her, but this is a tricky track for her to contest her debut.
Close the door, Darcy. Winona Costin takes the reins for Tom Wilson.
Yeah, she's a little filly that's lightly raced, and I know her form reads, to be frank, terrible, but I'm convinced she goes better than what her form does read. I think she hasn't had a lot go away her whole career, and she seems to have a little bit of determination. I think if she could have the right run from her very wide draw here, she could certainly go better than what she's shown.
Number 10 is Larry Josh Richards and rides for Roger Walters.
She was beaten 21 lengths at Towell first start, has since trialled off the back of that. The trial was much better, beaten only 5 lengths to Billosaurus, so could be an improver here.
Farrelline and Molly Burke rides for Sarah Murray Leslie.
She's first up. Most career runs have been at provincial grade, where more often than not she hasn't disgraced herself. But she has been stretched out to 2,000 metres, so this may be a bit sharp.
Up next, Suspicious Time. Damon Butler's in the saddle for Darryl Rolfe.
Has had a 6-week freshen after beating 6 lengths at Nowra last start. He's a gelding that's mixed his form throughout his 26 start career, but has ran better than what he did last start, so could improve.
Last but not least, we have Oakley Moon. Corey Parrish is riding for Ron Stubbs.
She hasn't shown a lot to date. She was beaten in nearly 12 lengths first up, so I'm happy to wait for improvement.
And joining me now is Donna Scott, trainer of Bessie LaBelle. Wow, this is a really consistent competitor, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. Look, she's not very big, but she's all hard. She's not great in the wind either. She's got a few things going against her, but yeah, if every horse in the stable tried like she did, it'd be an easy job. So she's knocking on the door for a win. We didn't draw well today, but hopefully Amy can overcome that with a bit of weight relief, and yeah, we can get the win.
Yeah, it was a tough watch last start because, like you said, you wanted to win because she's such a trier, but she unfortunately got stuck 3 wide without cover. With that in mind and the awkward draw today, what's the plan?
Yeah, look, at these tracks they normally want to push forward, and so there looks a little bit of speed inside us, so hopefully those horses will take it up and we can get a card across and just get a bit of a sit until they straighten and get her breathing going, and then, yeah, have last crack at them. But said to Amy, like last week, if you're going to get caught wide, you probably either need to make a decision and push forward or come back, and with her breathing, it's probably more inclined to go forward on her.
And, I mean, she had a tough run last start. She looks a picture in the yard. Is she quite like a tough filly?
Yeah, she is, and we don't, because she's like she is, she does a lot of swimming and on the treadmill, don't do too much with her. She's pretty, as much as I said, her breathing's not great, but yeah, she's not the hardest horse to train, and she looks after herself, so yeah, she's come through the run well, and yeah, hopefully today we can get that win on the board.
And just while we've got you really quickly, One Hard Lady has been backed in like a good thing. How's she doing?
Yeah, like really good. The only thing that makes me nervous, she's got some barrier issues, and hopefully she's overcome them, and yeah, she can get in the barriers. And look, she's comes from a good little family, and hopefully it's a really strong class 1 though. There's a lot of nice horses in it, but yeah, she's come through well. She looks well, and yeah, hopefully she can get the win again today.
Well, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
For my late mail here, I'm with Donna's horse, the 2 Bessie LaBelle. I think, as you made mention of, and as Donna did, she's been nothing but consistent in her whole career, and we've seen her have, as I mentioned, quite a few tough runs or things not go her way, and she just seems to keep overcoming it and finding the line well. So I know she may need a touch of luck in the run here, but I think that she's good enough to get over the top of them, particularly with a bit of fitness on the side second up here. From the 6, Christmas Star, I was tempted to put it on top, just the 5 weeks between runs, with obviously being scratched at the gates last start. I mean, she has to do everything right, be on her best behaviour coming into this fresh today. But she did parade very fit. In for third up at the 3, Roulotti, as I said, she is likely to find the front here, and Gundakai could certainly really suit her because she doesn't find a lot, but if she can get a big enough margin on them on that dog leg, she will prove hard to run down. And in for 4th up at the 7, Classic Azadil, the 2-year-old filly here. I was happy to see her relax the more the longer she was alongside the pony there, sorry, otherwise I probably would have demoted her after seeing poor Violet first get aboard.
You're in a tight ship.
Yeah, so in and out. Well, I would like to make mention of the 1, Reef Road, who's the horse I probably would have added into my numbers had I have taken Classic Azabeel out. I think that he could be an improver here, and I was really taken by his relaxed attitude in the yard. He was certainly taking everything in his stride, and said I thought he was certainly good enough as a $61 chance on debut at Wagga, and I think he can only improve off that against Barry One and Blake McDougall.
Yeah, and I mean, the market pretty much supports all your thoughts there, Kayla. I'd say the tab have it absolutely spot on. Bessie LaBelle continues to firm into the $2.50 favourite from $2.80. Christmas Stars $3.70 to $2.70. Rulotti's $4.40 out to $5. So money really flowing for those top two in the market. There's now just 20 cents between them. They're loading really well. So here's James Tate. He's with the fave.
Christmas Star is the one that's been really well backed here. Christmas Star, $5 now about Rulotti. Suspicious Times coming forward now. Drawn barrier number 5. And it looks like only 3 to move up, and they are Far Align, Christmas Star, and also Rulotti. Christmas Star, well positioned barrier number 3. And comes up now. Far Align and Rulotti to get set. Rulotti, barrier number 6. So it's 250 number 2. Bessie LaBelle the favourite, just ahead of Christmas Star. This is the Wagga District Racing Supporters Club. Country Boosted Maiden Handicap. Race 2 on Gundagai Cup Day, 1180. Stand by. Red light blinks away on top of the stalls. They're about to go in the second. Reef Road in the inside gate there. Racing and Salt Clay went out the back. Rulotti was away to a great start, showing plenty of pace. Is Asterite, and Christmas Star isn't far off the pace. They sort their order out as Reef Road drives up along the inside to be in a prominent position. Classic Azabeel's running 5th, and a couple of lengths to Oaky Moon. Bessie LaBelle is running about midfield and close the door. Darcy's out 3 deep, a length and a half to Larry Salt Clay. 2 lengths to Far Align, and Suspicious Times the last one in a pretty strung out field. And Rulotti has the lead, 600 to go, by a half length to Asterite, and they're followed by Reef Road and Christmas Star in a lovely position from Close the Door Darcy. Close the door, Darcy. Classic Azabeel the inside. Bessie LaBelle back in the centre, a fair way off the pace. Larry's coming to the outside in company with Far Align, and well back is Oaky Moon and Suspicious Time as they straighten up, and Rulotti went for home. Christmas Star presents on the outside the big danger, and they're followed by Asterite, and Reef Road's running a big race, but Christmas Star very well back to hit the front, dashed away from Rulotti, and it's all Christmas Star. Christmas Star wins it easily from Reef Road and Rulotti, and then came Far Align, Asterite, followed by Close the Door Darcy, Larry, Oaky Moon. Bessie LaBelle never came into it from Suspicious Time, and well back was Classic Azabeel with, towards the tail end of the field, was Salt Clay.
6, 1, 3 and 5. Stalking the leader there was Jean Van Overmeer on Christmas Star. He had a nice soft draw, and he very much took advantage of the speed coming down the inside. It led him nicely into the race. Christmas Star takes it out 291.30. Reef Road 330. Rulotti $1.60, and Farrelina in the 4th spot. I actually thought Rulotti was quite brave in defeat there, Kayla.
She is every time she goes around. That's a bit of the story of her life. Brave in defeat, I think.
Bridesmaid never the bride.
Exactly.
It's been a while.
But look, that was a well-deserved win by this horse, who's been there and thereabouts her whole career. I thought it was an excellent ride by Jean. Obviously, after being scratched at the gates at Albury the other day, after rearing up in there, I believe she had to do everything. Today was able to land one out, one back, and was exposed at the top of the straight, gave a nice kick, which she does seem to have a good turn of foot at her best, and she was too strong.
She really was, and Matt Smith, co-trainer now. Jones doing well. Good start, yeah.
Paul, so
I thought there I was thinking I was back in Sydney. Sorry, Matt. Yeah, Christmas Star, my word. That was a really great ride there by Sean.
Yeah, well, it was a great ride. It's been a long time waiting for this horse. So I think her first start, she started $1.35 favourite. 12 months later, we're still in the maiden gunning guy, but she's been she's got the ability. She's got a few little quirks. She's a very quirky animal. She's got it all worked out in the barrier. She puts the back leg up all the time. And today she was all good. She showed everyone else what she showed us today.
What is she like at home? You said she's got some quirks there.
At home, she's gorgeous. It's just race day. It's just the barrier. She's got it worked out. She just puts her back leg up. That's all she does. That's the only thing she does wrong, and she can get on.
And how about your horse in the Cup? Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, looking forward to Big Jerry. He's doing works going around in the Cup. Very excited to get him over 1,800 metres. Going back to the Cutting Championship qualifier, rep charge, probably not ideal, but back to over 1,800. I reckon I'm really looking forward to how he goes around today. Player on board.
And just touching on yesterday, fourth in a Group 3, that's fantastic for the stable. Sun and Sand. Is this an Oaks filly we're looking at?
Yeah, we've had some training meeting this morning. Yeah, we're definitely going to go around. Group 1 for us don't come around very often. I think Mum won at 89, so it's been a while between drinks. So it's not the Oaks Doncaster, but yeah, we're all going around next weekend. So all the owners been notified, so the weekend away.
I'll tell you what, that story will never get a Doncaster win. Every time that Barb tells it, it gets an absolute roar from the crowd. So hopefully you're cheering on the weekend again. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Sador.
And that's it was a terrific run, obviously, by the little filly Sun and Sand yesterday, but they've been able to back up. They was actually enjoying a really good run of success at the moment. I thought there's a couple of nice runs.
Runners up the barrel. Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. So highly regarded to the there in the start, moving around titanium printing with their return obstruction. That's Tel Aviv. AI to Suri at the start, so to run for profit. Or followed by just late. Runners at the barrier for the running of the first in Sportsbet Mornington 9-metre rail and 8-metre run. All the count of racing today, the short price favourite Tel Aviv. Runners highly regarded. A couple of other French players there as well. Instructions down in the gate front, private translated, which are highly regarded. Steel and brave filling. Size Galoo, AI to Suri, titanium and printing. We've been shortly for the running of the first of 8 on the card. Windy conditions. Racing. anywhere as good as possible. Highways. About to move in for the opening race on the card. Tel Aviv close to the machine. Run for Profits rider is out of the saddle up against the side of the barrier stalls. Tel Aviv bringing pretty good form from SW for Kieran Marr. Grey Losky jacket. Infinite Return and highly regarded. He's had a few runs this first campaign. Just landed, had enough ability to be a first 4 contender. It's the blinkers off today. The guys are going on for the first time. Instructions Winter's first time. Highly regarded blinkers first time. And Titanium Lighter on first time. The blinkers have been taken off again. We're just past start time. There's no loading process on the way as yet. Wind Stars rider out of the saddle, jogging back with that. Also didn't see what happened there. Dakota Key didn't want to go, so jumped out of the saddle. The lieutenant's jogging it back towards the barrier. Everybody runs the favourite for the race. It's a very winnable race. With a lightly framed little Croissant Staloon. A bit of a run with his quadruped at the moment. Just a little horse chestnut, not a big chestnut. She's a little steely grey. So we're waiting for the loading process to begin. Very windy conditions in Melbourne today. Extremely windy. About to move up. Thanks very much, Kate, Dave, and also Sam for the run of the first, and also Sam downstairs. And on a windy day, Tel Aviv runs the favourite. She's got gate 1, so this leg's running room at the right time. It's a very winnable maiden if she's any good. Our obstructionist has moved in. Titanium Prince set and Hai Tsuru moves in. Wind Star comes up, $12 to $8.50 with upside. Dakota King had to get out of the saddle while that horse was brought to the gates. Didn't want to do it on her own accord, and she's a little bit playful in the machine. Highly regarded moves up. There'd be about 2 or 3 more to move in. Is Just Landed being led up. We're waiting on the riderless Run for Profit. And Infinite Return to be the last to move in, a $51 chance in from 71. But Tel Aviv, the favourite, at $1.85. It's drawn barrier 1. Ben Allen rides. Infinite Return moving in. $20.50 for the Better Beats maiden handicap. All set. Very windy conditions. The Wind Stars rider out of the saddle. Not sure what happened there. Some of these horses are getting a little flustered by the breeze. The Wind Star being attended to. I'm not sure if they're going to take it out of the game or what's actually occurring. We've got one wide out, Hai Tsuru being backed out. So it's got a leg up by the looks of it, Hai Tsuru, and maybe Dakota King's just taking the weight off the other horse. It's getting a bit distracted. It's a $31 chance. It's being jogged around. Prep looks an apple pie order. It's been pushed right out with the cup meeting just around the corner. Hai Tsuru pass fit to run. Dakota King jumps back aboard Wind Star, and we're all set for the first. Tel Aviv, odds on top to open proceedings. Drawn the pole. Wind Star's ducking and diving. Settles again, but very agitated. They're off. Didn't begin flash, just landed slow out, and Tel Aviv and Run for Profit, the first 2 to go from highly regarded obstructionist. An Infinite Return from the deepest, trekking across at the judge to go up 3 deep and 3rd. 2 lengths away, just landed, hitting the steel, wanting to over race. Outside the bit is Hai Tsuru, Wind Star, and Titanium Prince put out to the tail. So Tel Aviv taking any risk factor out of the race. And the little Croissant Staloon filly leads the way by a length on Run for Profit. Infinite Return working 3 deep at the moment around the outside of Highly Regarded, who's back on the fence, then Obstructionist and Just Landed. A length and a half, 2 lengths away, Hai Tsuru, Wind Star, 2 lengths Titanium Prince. Climbing to the 1,200 metres mark, and Tel Aviv left alone. Infinite Return still 3 deep, looking to get outside the leader, and does so now. I think the way Highly Regarded, who will come home on the favourites back from Run for Profit, Obstructionist, and on the fence Just Landed as the leader slams the handbrake on. 2 lengths away, Win Star. On the rail, then well back is Hey I to Suru and Titanium Prince last. And then to a snail's crawl as they head by the 1,000. Front runner Tel Aviv, every chance. She looks to have settled well, the favourite. Led by a length to the Bedford, return niggled that a little. And moving up 3 wide, Run for Profit on the fence, Highly Regarded. Obstructionist around Just Landed from Hey I to Suru. A fair way back, Win Star and Titanium Prince is still last of all. Coming down the side, heading to the 600-metre pole. Tel Aviv does it comfortably. Infinite Return second and 3 out and third, Run for Profit. Titanium Prince coming around the field. Highly Regarded leaders back, just niggled along a little bit from Just Landed. Tel Aviv's had every chance in the world. Comes up towards the bend, nursed along, 3/4 a length. A length and a quarter, Titanium Prince running to second, but the leader's going well. Then Highly Regarded, Just Landed. Tel Aviv slipped them on the corner. Straightened up by 2 lengths, it's hers to lose. She's looking strong at the moment. Titanium Prince wearing away from Highly Regarded, but Tel Aviv's clear. There's no catching Tel Aviv. She racked them, stacked them, and she stashed home to win comfortably. Just Landed got up to run second in the shadows from Titanium.
So we did get a 10 and 2 forecast. Easy. That was a 10 and 2 forecast. Then what happened?
The post Run for Profit and Infinite Return. It's an easy watch. And it was the right way to ride it to go to the front. There was no pace in the race. Lead, stacked them up, and then making a dash home. She railed like Zoom top on the home corner, and there was no stopping her from that point on. Just Landed hasn't had the greatest of luck, and he's run well in the second spot. Titanium.
What are the numbers? Dows, welcome back. 10-2-7-6. Okay. Number 2 got in. That is nice. The 7, let's see. By the way, if that is 10 and 2, 10 and 2 I think happened. So I kind of forecast, I played my bet as forecast 10 and 2. I was not, I generally don't advise that to happen. I mean, I generally don't advise people to do that. Because it's the first race. I generally don't bet on the first race, but today there are 8 races in the card, and I'll be able to do only 7 of them. The 8th one kind of messed up, so we'll see how it works. 10-2-7-6. You were right. That was 10-2-7-6. 7 and 6. to 7 and 6. So what happened? 10 and 2 did that. 7 was a check. 7 was there, but I did not find a support line on this because it has 12 races. It did nothing. And but that's handicapping. We need to stop assuming what we do. The biggest mistake that I do is at times even if I have a clean shot, I kind of have a tendency of overthinking, and that's when I think I mess up.
It's getting involved in jumps.
10 to 7 and 6.
$8 for Kayla. Give us the tango. Goldberg's been 18. Really good place.
2, 3, 9, and 11 has been scratched.
It's off 6, rail out 10.
10, 7, 12, and 14.
The two jumps. They're off in the opening event. Best scenario bounced well, so did Lord Goldberg, and the favourite Bitcoin is up there early as well. He's a box through along the inside and running for the top spin. In fact, it's fifth from the run top spin. He was passed now by Deep Waters and Kayla. Then Whiskey Tango walked out the former Kiwi from the inside and is going back towards the tail to join Summer Hill. Jumped the first, 10 more to go as they make the trek around the home turn with the rail out 10 metres. Lord Goldberg has controlled up well and has been respected at price. Leads the way. He's a box on the back up from last week when he led and knocked up, has gone up on the outside second. Bet scenario is wider. All got over the first, the double in the home straight, now the second. Lord Goldberg and He's a Fox, and there's one down. Whiskey Tango has lost the rider, who's bounced up okay, but the horse continuing on rivals. Lord Goldberg with the circuit to go. He leads by a length on He's a Fox. They both riders are first and second. We're going to drop the anchor out now. Best scenario is third, and then the two favourites, Two Waters and Bitcoin, who are racing together as they're about to track out straight. They're followed next by Summer Hill, who's leaping around on the inside. Oldsburg Kaylash probably is with them. Whiskey Tango continuing on. With rivals. So they go in the direction of the back straight, and they're about to jump the fourth, which is right near the Mitch Freeman racing bar. It's Lord Goldberg, the front runner. Best scenario, and he's the Fox. They cover that jump. Lord Goldberg didn't make a real good job of it, but he keeps the front by the same token. Two Waters through on the inside of Bitcoin. Summer Hill poking through there as well. Best scenario, very wide. Then followed by Kaylash and Top Spin, who are being patiently pushed back towards the tail of the proceedings. Lord Goldberg put in a bit of leap at the 50, picked his feet up properly. He takes them to the back straight here out by length on He's a Fox. Third, Two Waters, best scenario, always wide and then Top Spin. Next in the race, then Bitcoin, followed by Top Spin. Summer Hill was there from last with Kayla. They've got a treble coming up in the back straight, past the old Norris lines there. They go into the back straight with Lord Goldberg jumping the first in the treble, narrowly in front of Best Scenario, went up out wide in the purple. He's a Fox in the karate colours between runners. Two Waters continuing to save ground. Bitcoin doing the same in the middle, but hasn't had a lot of room. In Summer Hill, Top Spin and Kaylash. So Lord Goldberg is a narrow lead of Two Waters. Was going up Rangel's Spear to tread them at one stage on the inside of it, but he comes back now. Bitcoin the outside, and then working it on was Top Spin around Kaylash, Summer Hill. He's a Fox went back to second last, and Best Scenario went back to last. Here's the one almost where they started from a lap ago, and there's only two to jump now. Lord Goldberg under sufferance led Bitcoin striding up second. Two Waters again going inside the leader. Then followed by Top Spinner, looks to have something left. Kaylash is next, and the rest are struggling, headed by Summer Hill. So Bitcoin's got alongside Lord Goldberg, who's having everything thrown at him. Top Spin's making a good move around Kaylash. Then Two Waters and Summer Hill. Here's the first of the double in the home straight. Bitcoin is the leader. Lord Goldberg under sufferance. Now Two Waters seeing a little bit of daylight. Kaylash is on the outside of the widest Top Spin. Here comes the last. Bitcoin over it well. Lord Goldberg continues to soldier on and try and run a place. And through the middle comes Two Waters, then Kaylash. Bitcoin's in front though. He's doing enough, Bitcoin. And Bitcoin wins on his jumping debut from T Waters. Lord Goldberg gets the third. Kayla's fourth from Top Spin. The gap to Summerhill. Best scenario. He's a Fox has been eased out of the event. And Whiskey Tango off the right of early doors. Bitcoin number one, despite the smashing towards on early this morning and then drifting again. He's been able to get it done. Spice and Bloodstock, their partners. Micah on Bay Gelding by Tarzino from Invisible Coin. Was his first run. Or Stephen Pavement. After running through the wrong cup of Bendigo. He's trained and reined into victory leading one. T Waters number 6 is the one best back.
Action 230, very solid right throughout the last 3 or 4 hours. Hasn't budged and is clear favourite. 4 race 1 ahead of number 8, Idra Cowra, 350 out to 420. Goldie and 5, $13 into 850 has been the firmer. Star Gladiator $10, $12 about RVJ. French Love 15 along with Foxy Frost, and the rest are headed by Nature Girl, who has been a firmer from 61 initially into $18, so a little bit of money there. The others are 20s, 30s, and right out to the outside of Foxy Monster, who's an $80 chance. So smashing action favourite from Ida Cowra. Goldie and Fire is the horse that's firm in length number 6 as they head to the start for the first. I thought the best bet of the day was in race 2, number 10, Fancy Shoulder. Thanks very much. Yeah, very good afternoon, everybody. Runners have made their way to the start for the run.
All right, this is the second one here at Mornington. The 10 is the favorite. That's the linear, well within the rails. So 10 wins. There is no doubt about that. Now, if we look at the odds, that's 10, 7, 12, and 14. We'll get to 12 and 14 later on, but we have this number 1 to deal with. Number 1 is not there within the rails. Within the odds. Number 1 is not there within the odds. But that's the scenario. And that is also a fact. It's a dysfunctional team. Now, my entire thing is to reduce the number of variables that we have. That's exactly what needs to happen, that we need to reduce the number of variables. This is, the moment we get into this CNF and the profit and loss and all that, what happens is it becomes a little difficult to come up with a solid answer. So these are the things that disturbs me a lot, because I'm kind of a financial guy. So the moment I look at the books, I have to step out. I cannot get into that kind of a situation. But we need to get rid of this this situation. We need to delete, we need to remove each and every variable that we have and stick to just 3 or 4 max 10 channels, so that it becomes easier to work with. So the 10 and the 1 is there. Here the 7 is the favorite. The 7 has the largest outer drift, but the 1 is a bigger number and it is an inner drift. The distance is 1200 meters, so If I have to choose one between this one and one, I would go with one. But the fact also is this, that they are a dysfunctional team. They have advantage today. The either we have to believe that this does not depend on this. Either we have to believe that, you know, this does not depend on this, which if because at the end of the day, people who are designing this, I am very sure they know what they're doing. They know way better than we do. So that one is there. If we look through the odds rails, the 7 has advantage. Okay, the 7 has advantage, but it's within the rails. Both of them are within the rails. Now, either, you know, the 7 is a, I mean, what I understand is it's a fake one, because there's no actual pressure on this horse. So 7 comes down. 7 probably is after even 14 or something. So that's a lot of pressure on the 14. So things that might happen. If we look at how this thing is, so 10 is the one which is the linear through the rails. All right, 7 doesn't have pressure. So it's a 1200 meter. If there is no pressure, I mean, the outer drift needs to be like that. An outer drift needs to be like a 4-figure number. This is a 3-figure number. So that is definitely not happening. So it's between 14 and 1. Now, definitely the pressure line is more on 14. That's there. And probably they are also a better team. But if we have to believe the physics, then this we have is going to get through the second position. 10-1. And probably 14, then 7. 7 is well within the rails, but if that 1 is not there within the rails, okay. I'm sorry, within the odds. If you look at the odds, the 1 is not there. 1 is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 5th odd. The 12 got in. Let's talk about the 12. Is going to run for the first time. Probably not today. Probably not today. 33, 22, 121. 14 is definitely in. 1 is there. And this is bigger than this. In fact, there are others who are bigger. This one is there, but there's 6 races done nothing. 6 races done nothing. I'm not going to go through any of those things, which is a best jockey and all that. That probably is something that we need to start reducing. But 10 and 1 should be there. Top 2. 10 and 1, then something else. We'll see what happens, but 10 wins probably, if they don't do any hanky-panky.
Here on the first, remote control here, put the channels, running off race number 1. Getting those shortly. 12-4-8, still standing by for fourth. I'll track that down along with the margins and all the dividends after race one.
The 10 is getting tailed. We'll go with the bet and we'll see if we can. If that works, because generally I step out when the horse gets tailed. The 10 is getting tailed. There's a strong chance that this will not go as planned. That's the other one which is getting tailed. What is that? 13. 13 is getting tailed. There is a strong chance when it gets tailed, it doesn't work. But we want to reduce that as well. We want to reduce each and every variable. Each and every variable. Obviously, unless it is a 5-year-old gelding which is getting tailed. That's a direction from the god to step out. There's no 5-year-old gelding here. All 3-year-olds.
Riding at the barrier.
Yeah, look, very happy with that. They're coming on. It's very busy. Yeah, be nice to keep her off. Have you bought a set of ribbons in the past? I have in the last couple of years. Back up and after like you've been the other night, usually last week. Yeah, very
So the world be enjoying it all. It's my father. It's 7 start 1 right. Or Vero and
yeah, long before I was born. So now you'll be hopefully keep on picking out these nice billies. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather keep on with my track and around here. That's hold up well. I think it's improved the under the belt. And yeah, no, we've been very lucky to play. Coming nice off the ground. Yeah, the top play. Thanks.
It's fine, even around with mitigation. You record what it can't if it's winning. Other bunch of shoots, shotguns, or at the gate, one way, time good on your dial, well released. Strong fitting here by reaching up out of a schnitzel there to play the cycles of dark invader or a Vero. So it's running $2.40 to play. We've got a run to the big clean mate handicap. 400 metres. Seconds the jump time. The running of race number 2. Runners down to move forward. Behind the gate. Southern Money down to a bit further, which is from the inside gate. First up today. Down in Vader and Wealthy at the start with Oroviro, who's brutal now. Move again. Southern Money, one-way ride, test by fire, Mini Angel moving. Surf Soul Rideless comes up to the machine and moves in. Gigantor moves up. And Wealthy to move in. Real engage from there down trials. It's a leading type, a bit of scope about it. Good on your Dale to move in. Zero's got a good chance, but it's got a bad gate. Nothing Vader to move in. I was thinking that Mini Angels would be favourite for the race. There's a bit of value the way I assess the race. It's a tough race. There's 4 chances, and they've all got different levels of ability and stuff they bring to the table. Oroviro to move up and take the gate. So the money will be interested to see where she positions in the first 200 of the inside gate. Best by fire, Dark Invader stand well with Wealthy. He's playing up in the gate, getting fidgety as Oroviro moves in. Wealthy fractures still. Tendons in. Light on. Southern Money wanting to rear up. This wind's really having an impact on these horses at the gate. Now they're set and they're off. Oroviro, Wealthy now flash away, but Wealthy's going to whip around the field as Southern Money looks for the front from Good On Your Dale, one-way ride. And whipping around them fast is Wealthy from Darth Invader, Mini Angel in a good spot. 2 lengths further back in the field, Oroviro, Gigantor, Test by Fire, and Soul Surfer the last one. Coming off the back straight, and at the 800 metres mark, Good On Your Dale in front of Wealthy. A little bit keen after being fired up. A length and a half, Southern Money, one-way ride. They're followed by Mini Angel, who's 5th outside Darth Invader, Oroviro, Gigantor, Test by Fire, and Surf Soul is the last one as they come to us, the 500 metres mark. Front runner, Good On Your Dale, Wealthy only a half length away. Southern Money on the fence, needing a bit of room as Mini Angel pulls out. The 2 leaders go for home before the bend. One-way ride dropping out. Oroviro, Darth Invader running on. The others not in it. Good On Your Dale giving a bit of a side here. Straightened up a length and a half, Wealthy, and running on. Southern Money now from Mini Angel and Darth Invader getting up behind them, looking a bit of a chance. It's moving up Wealthy on the outside with Southern Money. Darth Vader the rail, and Southern Money. Southern Money takes the lead in the shadows. Southern Money beats Oroviro. Mini Angel, Darth Vader are third and fourth. Wealthy close up with Good On Your Dale. And they're followed by Surf Soul, Lake Tested Fire, well back one-way ride and Gigantor. Been happening there, but once she got the clear running out in the centre of the track, she was going to be strong, and she was too strong for the blade. Oroviro's really powered home late.
Nice run, Dallas. I did not go with a club in this one. I did not put any clubs because that thing was getting tailed. So I did not go with any clubs.
Pride of Dubai's can stick on. It looks like she's going to get over a bit more ground as she did last preparation.
Those are just hang-ups.
Got her off the fence, clear running. Good On Your Dale, gave a good kick, but once she got to the outside, she was too strong. Oroviro really starting to flash late. Gets up to run second. Stand by for third. It will go to Mini Angel. She had every chance. The second horse came from behind her and got past her, so the second horse has run a better race, but she looks like she's looking for a bit more ground, as is Oroviro. 10, 14, 7, 1. Darth Invader poking up the fence.
10,
1, 11, 4,
14,
1, 11, 4,
7 and 1.
She had nothing wrong with her first career. That's just the way you like to see them come back after a break for a horse that's going to be better suited on probably a bigger track and over a little bit longer. Oroviro for Big Kent's done really well. She just got lost coming around the bend to front.
So what happened is those were all within the rails, but that pressure was more than this, and it got in 10-14, then 7, then 1. That pressure got in. Ten, 14. The problem with these people is this. So there's no way we can avoid the profit and loss of these people. The problem with these people is this, that they're a dysfunctional team. No matter what you do with them, they will still behave mulish. Actually, they should come in second. They should come in second, but because of their dysfunctional team, they are like that. So there is no way to avoid this. We can still avoid horses getting tailed, but and 14, 7 and 1. Go to race number 3. 5, 9, 11, 12, 13. 6, 8, 10, 2. right, so this is the third one here. If we look through the odds, it's 6, 8, 10, and 2. 6 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, then 8 comes up, but 6 is the linear. Right? 6 is the linear. Now, 6 probably is in the best hands as well. 6 is the linear. And if we look through the pressure line, then 6, then 2, which should be, because that's the larger outer drift, and then 10, 8. Okay, that is there. So 8 will get an advantage because of the rails, but 2 comes in between. So this probably should work like that, but the other fact is this, that they're like that. But they should work. The only change that might happen, is because if they are like that, if they fail to deliver, because we've seen they failed to deliver at a 38% flawed team. This is a 51% flawed team. So this is where it gets tricky, but the advantage is such that it is very difficult, and it is a 1500 meter. Even if the jockey is absolutely a donkey, all that he needs to do is just sit on the horse. That's all that he has to do. It's a 1500 meter. This should work. 6, 2, then 8 with the advantage through the rails. But 2 failing is a disastrous thing that will happen.
Leaderboard. Gets well caught in Kevin would have lead, so he fell in the first. Still being cleared the right hand. $7 instigator if you bet. Don't mind backing them off Bonovsky. And last Sunday he's definitely got the talent to be featuring here. 850 Bazzini. Here's the full piece. They're moving in 32.50 for the Egg Cycle Solutions. Chase. Jump 11 on their journey at 32.50. Next Sunday. Full days jumping getting Sunday the 13th. So the reason they've backed them out is the little court in the right one with this sideline bit with gate one of the first jump. They let them know. Just to it's that. They've got a stack of gates for the 7 runners, so about a bit so that that's inside just wrong side. There's Jack must have been tied in there. 230 Shabao, if you want to back it now. Leaderboard 276 Instigator. 850. Zini, now we're looking right over here. Second jump in the next straight. On the comms with the stewards and scouts. She wasn't right with it until over. So 230 Shabao, 270 leaderboard. Leaderboard's going to stand to so the fellows don't place it on to and so much things also coming over jumps. Starts, let's see, 2 placings. There's 2 advances here. Instigator. John B. Braden's still carrying 72.5. 328,000. Just 22 jump starts. The toes are right double bust. Back up. Got this thing right, so. It's just a 7 of it jump straight, so it works. What do you have 630 braces? Start a bit. Shabao goes in. So there's historic. They're off. Good line away, hard to pick an early leader. Shabao jumped out okay. Had a lot of room at the first. Came back and the leaderboard went out well. Goes to the early lead from Instigator. Third place was Dr. Dependable, and Shabao going up on the inside. Mazzini is right there as well with it, so is Historic and Flying Hero last of all. So leaderboard and a hat canter comes around the home turn with the rail out. 10 is going to square up to the double in the home straight. Leaderboard, a narrow leader. Going up wide out Historic, then followed Mazzini. Back along the inside, Flying Hero as they get up and over the first of the double. Next is Flying Piero saving ground on the inside of Instigator, and Dr. Dependable went back to the rear. Up and over the second of the double. Leaderboard's in front. Going to bring them down with a circuit to go leading from Shabao, who's on the fence, pulling his way through to join the plate pace of someone. Third place against Instigator, nice and keen. Historic is about 4 wide around Mazzini. A couple of lengths back to Flying Piero, and last of all was Dr. Dependable. So they head past the stabling complex there, stripping sheds, and they're about to track to the backstretch. 2,200 metres out of the chase. Next to East Sidewell Solutions, and it is leaderboard on top. Takes them over the crossing onto the synthetic track, leading by 11.25 to Historic. Went up second, and they're about to get over the fourth jump there near the 2,000 metres. As they pass Mitch Freeman stables, and it is leaderboard on top. Historic and Chabal sharing second in front of Bellini. Then Flying Piero saving ground inside of Instigator has got relegated right back to the rear as Dr. Dependable goes around the outside of him safely. Fence number 5. Leaderboard, he's had an easy time of it in the early stages. Leads by a length to Historic and Chabal third the inner. Fourth placing held down by Mazzini, although Instigator's on the move. Flying Piero next on the fence, and Dr. Dependable went back to the rear. So they get to the top of the track there, and they're about to flatten out for that run along the back straight. There's a treble awaiting them as they race inside the 1400. Leaderboard will take them there by a length on Historic. Chabal running third, and they get up and over the first of that treble. Instigator is fourth in front of Mazzini. A length and a half further is third, 2 Flying Piero. Dr. Dependable's at the end. They jump the next one at the 1200 metres. It's the middle pin of the treble. Leaderboard. He's jumping like a true pro, the former Kiwi. A length Historic Instigator third. Chabal back to fourth in front of Mazzini. Flying Piero and Dr. Dependable was the last one. So they come, we're about to start trekking around the turn. There's 3 left to jump. The first one will come up back almost where they started from. Next to it anyway. Leaderboard's up the ante. He's had a picnic in front so far. Might be time to go for the Doctor. He leads a length and a half on Historic. Instigator next, then Chabal. 3 lengths further is turned to Mazzini, who struggles. Flying Piero and Dr. Dependable are right out the back, so Leaderboard's going well on the home turn. He's got to jump the last 2 safely though. He's 2 lengths in front of Chabal, inching closer again. Instigator the toppy on the outside, and then Historic and Mazzini. 2 to jump for Leaderboard. He didn't have to do much in the first half a lap. He moves to the middle of the jump. He's in front. Gets over at 3 lengths Chabal. Instigator is next, then Mazzini. Leaderboard's only got to jump the last and he'll win. He's over by 4. Chabal and Instigator, he's got him on the canvas. And it's been a beautiful ride out in front. From the canvas to the winner's circle. Willie G. He brings Flash Gordon, brings Leaderboard home, an easy winner. 4 lengths on Chabal, 5 away third Instigator. That was a good comeback after last week. Mazzini ranked 4th, then followed by Flying Piero. Historic, Dr. Dependable.
This will be one of the last to load into the stalls. Race 2, 1430 metres. So I Am a Fine Line coming in. Mimetic Desire, Born to Hustle to move up. Likewise, Hollis. We will be set to go. Slight little delay with Commitment Interstate just running a fraction late, but we're almost ready. 260 Fancy Shoulder, 350 I Am a Fine Line. Bosman Day won the last on the program yesterday. Nothing to do with Riche de Moore. She trains here I Am a Fine Line with Polly Brewster aboard. Gates open, they're off. Well, perfect start. No real speed from Bell Sim. It's going to settle towards the back of the field. Fancy
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
the lead and through the first 200 metres from Eagle Moon to the challenge. And Eagle Moon will take over as they head towards the 1,000 from Fancy Shoulder. Mimetic Desire's got itself into 3rd position. The Omaha Express is 4th. They are followed then by Malawi Man. Now deeper out, it's Hollis rolling into a more forward position from Chaff Burner. Then I Am a Fine Line. Yankee Street Rain, Black Cat, 4th last. A length and a half away to Bell Sim, who's 2nd last on the inside of Jet Thunder. And 2 back last of all is Born to Hustle, who will have to hustle from back there. It's a dozen lengths off the speed. And the speed is set up by Eagle Moon. Eagle Moon by 3/4 to Fancy Shoulder, who's poised to strike. Mimetic Desire, and then the Omaha Express, followed by Hollis. The others are getting a long way out of their ground, headed by I Am a Fine Line, who's picking up the bit and chasing, and then Chaff Burner. But Fancy Shoulder raced up to Eagle Moon as they sweep into the stretch. They're a big margin on the rest. Fancy Shoulder, Eagle Moon not shying away from the task. Fancy Shoulder with the upper hand from Eagle Moon, then Mimetic Desire and Belsim running on late, but Fancy Shoulder will break through for the maiden win today. Fancy Shoulder from Eagle Moon. They backed Belsim at 70s into 10s. It got 3rd ahead of Mimetic Desire, I Am a Fine Line, Hollis, and then Jet Thunder. And then a gap away to the Omaha Express, who was at the head of the others with Malawi Man. Born to Hustle picked up 1 on 2. Yankee Street Rain ended up finishing well back in the field and probably one of the last to pull up, in fact. Fancy Shoulder. Eagle Moon will add some value to the queue. I mentioned Bell Sim was spec'd in the betting, and it's grabbed third, coming right down the middle part of the track. But Fancy Shoulder, Chris Berg, Felicity Atkinson, never really looked too many concerns. Particularly if you looked at the dividend board and saw that Eagle Moon was an outsider in the race, you would have thought it would have had its measure in the stretch, but it has stuck on pretty well for Alice Lindsay and John McMillan. Bell Sim to run third, Kayla Crowther and Paul Pushka, 10.75, 11 Mimetic Desire is fourth, so 10.75, 11, 10.75, 11 the interim placings on race 2. Fifth home number 12, I Am a Fine Line number 12, and sixth home number 2, Hollis number 2. 127.08, 127.08 is the time, with margins to follow shortly. So Fancy Shoulder, 12 starts now, win number 1 for the mare by bettor. One and a quarter by 2. Now the margin's up 1 and a quarter by 2. 1 and a quarter by 2 as Felicity Atkinson returns on Fancy Shoulder.
I'm very tempted to play 6 and 2, but they kind of, the 2 is kind of dicey. If they had a little better management, this, but there's no money on 6 actually. There's no money on 6. But if we club it with 6 and 2, then it is substantial. But the 2 management sucks.
Were you actually talking tactics or was it something else? No, we're talking about, but let's talk tactics. Yeah, I could probably, you know, from the play, from the jump. He's quickly close to the edge. I've said that not
It'll be, the only problem is the management. If they foul because of the management, then it is going to be right. Let's go 6 and 2 forecast. 6 2 forecast.
Races to down 2 minutes. That was a noble steed, show of gold, one back and going forward enough to stay. Showed some improvement in a better race than this packet, a better race by quite some ways. It's had support second run. And this turn, second time, well, the first time was went back-to-back runs in this running.
All that gentleman needs to do is just sit on that horse and do nothing. That horse is quite capable of doing this. That's all that he has to do. But if he has some personal vengeance with the trainer, some ego problem, then it'll be messy.
The buzz behind the machine, moving in soon.
50%. The problem is the management on that horse. That's all is the problem. 8 should get in third if everything plays well. Dow's 8 should play third.
About to move up.
But you can play, I mean, 2 bets. Either it's 6-2-8 or 6-8-2.
Rippleview, Land and Understudy take up their spots.
2 bets. Probably.
The Keysard being bred to the back of the gate, ship wavy. So Understudy, some good support. Comes out of a better race than all the three.
It's going to be two bets. Either it is 628 or 682 or something. 6862.
Right in the eyes.
Because
Today he's riding show of gold for the toes.
it's still a problem. The last race we saw that they had a problem in the management, and
Noble Steve moving
because of the management it failed.
helps you get back and swing.
Here it is a bigger management problem, but the distance is also 1500 meter.
Company handicap.
Let's see.
They're away.
On
Noble
forecast.
Steve went back after the start by about 2.5 lengths. Show of gold fast away. Understudy and also wide out Shim Wavy going forward.
Okay, so this is rigged. That's the picture.
2.5 lengths away, Noble Steve. Top of the track, Show of Gold in front. The boulder Jim Wavy went up about a neck away. 2 lengths further back is.
I mean, we spoke about this at the beginning. They have to do this, and this probably is one of those races.
About 7 lengths away from Show of Gold. The big chestnut strides clear by 3/4. Second at the moment, Shim Wavy and Marcus.
They cannot be all angels with white wings. They will play.
Side of those understudy.
Come on.
Ripple View Lad as Noble Steve comes out.
It's 1500 meter. We still have time.
He hasn't come out yet. And just
Come
in front of him
on,
the
baby.
fence, it's Golden Mask. At the 600 metres mark, Show of Gold in front. Shim Wavy under severe pressure. Understudy Mickey DeMus with runs. Noble Steve wide out from Ripple View Lad. Show of Gold stuck clear. Coming to the bend by a length and a half. Understudy's giving pursuit. Noble Steve wide out. Golden Mask running on with Mickey DeMus. On the bench, Show of Gold front runner showing the persuader in the left hand. Straightened up a length and a half. Understudy is grinding away. Noble Steed's wide out running on, and so too Mickey DeMo. Show of Gold in front. Understudy's pegging him back on the outside. Understudy moved up to Show of Gold, stuck his nose in front, and Understudy. Before the Kiwi gets up to beat Show of Gold.
This was one of those.
For fourth and fifth. Then Ripple View Flag.
We lost.
Jim Wavy and the Keyside at the top of the field.
10-8.
Beautiful ride by both Mertens. Foggy tried to pick
10-8.
and they beat the others soundly. And Understudy, who was underwhelming,
That was the only possible thing to do. Give it a late start.
came back and
That was the only possible thing to do.
showed that he may have turned the corner, and looks like he's going to get out over more down ground as well. So they'll rock around the bump to the there. They stick on a bit for OT after I see OT.
That was the only possible thing to do. I think
Nick Price Jr. from Cranbourne and both just gave him a lovely ride. There wasn't much more Froggy could have done with Show of Gold. He's run really, really well. He just ran into one a bit too good for him on the day. Number 4, Mickey DeMus loomed. And number 6, Noble Steed, probably not the right race shape for him. It's getting a bit costly in Australia. 10, 8, 4 and 6. 10, 8, 4 and 6. Time 1:32.10.
10-8, 4 and 6. There's no point looking at this because this is not it.
It's a half neck by 3 lengths, a half neck by
There is no reason for the 6 to lose, and the only way that could happen is give it a late start. So here is the thing.
It's a short mix, Simon.
So, what is rigging and how does that work? So, the numbers that we work out here is the same numbers that are used as a guideline. Now, each and every state has its own guideline. Like Victoria has its own guideline. New South Wales has its own guideline. Queensland has its own guideline. So that's the thing. So they cannot do anything with the numbers. There's nothing that they can do with the numbers. This is the number. That's why the odds, when we look at the odds, they are almost right most of the time. So what will the racetrack do? The racetrack doesn't have any options. I mean, if the numbers are the guidelines, they cannot alter the numbers. That is simple. If they have to put 59 kilograms on this horse, that's 59 kilograms. If they do not put 59 kilograms, that'll be a default. That they'll be defaulters, and there are going to be claims and cases and legal implications on that. So they cannot do with the numbers, they cannot do with the weights, they cannot do anything with that. So what can they do? So what they can do is bring in bad management. This will work through the selection process, right? This will work through the selection process. So we all know how the selection works in a horse race. So what they will do is they will ensure that whether they put the weights or the handicapping is done, they will make sure that you have people like these who are going to default because of some ego problem. They are in the business, they know very well what they're dealing with, so they know what's going on, which jockey has problem with which trainer has problem with which owner. So they know all that, and they bring in those conditions. That's the first thing that they do. The second thing that they do is, when it is absolutely impossible to do anything hanky-panky, I mean, with the weights and the way things work, what they will do is what they just did. They will either give it a late start from the gates, or it will be a riderless horse, or it will be something on those lines. That is what they will do. So that defines the track. That defines, how good the track is. So this was one of those races. There's no reason for 6 to get a late start, but it did get a late start, and that changed the dynamics of the race. But that's racing. We are up against a lot of shrewd and absolutely merciless people. They do what they like, and they like what they do. Anyway, we'll go on race number 4. We lost that. So they came foul. 3, 5, 10 and 13. 4, 5, 10 and 13. Eleven, 12, 8 and 15. Eleven, 12, 8 and 15.
Get its move. Dempsey Girls struck the front, but great crack after it quickly. High Permission Gonzo. Cool King is still starting to come down the outside. Then the True Believer getting out. Nothing else a chance. Headed by the Oxford coming from the clouds. Cool King, he's making hard work of it. He gets up on the outside of Great Crack. He can't put him away. Then the True Believer. Cool King, he's taking some riding. The True Believer's going to have a go at him. Cool King, the True Believer comes. The True Believer for the True Believer. He's found the winner's circle again, the True Believer. He beats Cool King and Great Crack of the Yachtsman, a closing four. Then Real Bliss, followed by Dempsey Girl. Well back in the race then to L&B Gosh, followed by High Permission. Further astern then to Jabawi, Prince Chippy. That run from Sanika was short-lived. He dropped back to finish at the tail. True Believer. Gets over the top. Bushy small. Number 2. Impact Ryan. Sanika. A lot of impact from Belgians. True Believer that way.
All right, this is the fourth one here at Mornington. Now, if you look through the odds, that's 11, 12, 8, and 15. If you look through the rails, that's 11, 8, 2, 12, and all that is coming up. Okay. Now, this is not a handicapped race. This one starts with the neutrals. That's neutrals. And 6 and 1, both are neutral. Then it is all advantages which are working. It's not handicapped. This race is not handicapped. So if we try and understand what's going on now, we just lost the third one. All right. This is the fourth one. If we look through the pressure line, that's 11, 12, 8. Then 1 comes in, which is another neutral, but 7 is very much there. That's there, right? But I'm not going to play this. I'm going to step out. Why? Because they just played up. And the 11 is a neutral. There's a huge pressure, but I just want to see if that 11 wins, because we have a pressure line. We have a pressure line. This is neutral, but this has pressure. So that's 11, 12, 8. That's 11, 12, 8. They've got 15 out of this, which is there, but it is less. The 7 is definitely something in. However, the best hand is probably 4, which is there, and whether that will work or not, it's a very difficult thing, because that thing is absolutely a disaster. That's 300. But I'm going to stay out of this. The reason being is, here is my take. I mean, I generally the neutrals don't win. Generally, the neutrals don't win unless things are absolutely disastrous. The other reason is They're like that. 8 is like 71% downstream. So the one which is actually left out is probably 12. Then 7, which is there. This is bad. And then this, 15. 4, which is in very good hand. The horse cannot win. This horse is a disaster. But this one, since there are neutral horses in here, there's a 100% chance that this will not work. This will not work. The odds are there. We have the pressure line exactly the same order. That is exactly how it should work. 11, 12, maybe 11, 8, because 8 is a drift, bigger drift. 11, 8, and then probably 12. But the problems are there. The problem is this, that this is there, the 2, which is there, the 7 is there, and they will take this advantage. They will take and use this advantage. That's something that I don't want to give in. They will take this advantage of these horses being neutral and, you know, use any of the other horses, because the management is also like that. It's a 43%. This one is a 71%. I mean, I was actually thinking that I'm going to remove these channels to monitor their finances, but it doesn't look like we are going to be able to do that, because this is, I mean, I can't do without them. So I'm going to be out. I'm not going to play. The 11 is there with a lot of pressure. Ideally, even if it is a neutral. So we are actually, I am actually trying to figure out what's going on with the neutral horses and when they win and when they don't win. So they need a superb jockey. That's the first thing that they need. They need a superb jockey, and they need, favorable conditions when you do not have a linear, or the linear is like this. So they need something on those lines. It is like that. The problem with 12, here is the problem with 12. 12 has a neutral jockey. All right, 12 has a neutral jockey. So this thing is not the right race to get in. It is not because we just lost here. That is one of the reason. They did play up. This is they gave the first 2 races. These are the second 2 races of maidens. So it's ideal to stay out of this. 7 probably is an EW. 7 probably is an EW. Seven probably is an EW. Other than that, there is nothing that can actually I'm going to get into. I'm not going to get into this race, that's for sure, but I was just thinking loudly. This is neutral. This is the second linear. The jockey is neutral. This horse is neutral. This jockey is neutral. This is the larger drift with 71% down drift. This has pressure, but we'll see how it works.
Way at Ladard, 2 to Hustalard Chili, Captain Julian, and then 2.5 to Emerald Reward, who lost its action there working through that bend. And Luna Solar, it will be a massive win from back there. He's 10 lengths off them as they race up to the 400, where Quick Rapid is a narrow leader from Big Option and Gusty Way, who are knuckling down. Then Hustalard Chili and La Star, Luna Solar, and further back Captain Julian. They're making headway, but they need to hurry up. Quick Rapid still in front. Big Option and Gusty Way are joining in. Big Option, Gusty Way. They're getting to Quick Rapid now. It's Big Option and Gusty Way. Big Option will win again. Big Option from Gusty Way. Hustalard Chili and Captain Julian there for third. They overhauled Quick Rapid. And then Emerald Reward from La Star and Luna Solar. That'll be James Dodson I can hear on course, who of course is the trainer of Big Option. And he's one of the most passionate trainers I've come across. You can always tell when his horses have won. And it's won again, Big Option. Going really well this campaign. Beats number 8 Gusty Way and 6 Hustalard Chili third ahead of Captain Julian. So 7, 8, 6, 3 in the frame. 7, 8, 6 and 3. With Quick Rapid, who led for a very long way, running 5th, number 5, and 16 was number 4, Luna Solar, number 4. 110.97, 110.97. Around, what is it, 6.40 and 2.40 the winner, 170 second and $2 third. That's the provisionals on UTAB for 786 with 3 running 4. So nice work for the team with Brook King aboard. It's Big Option taking out race 3. That's a long head by 1 length, a long head by 1 length at the moment, and the time is 110.97, 110.97. So, full set of dividends shortly, along with correct weight after race 3. Runners are now returning to scale. So it's a long head by 1, a long head by 1, and Big Option, that is win number 7 at start 37 for James, and of course Lisa Dodge, joint trainers now at Bordertown, so they've had another good day here with the record now 2 for 2 at Narrow Court for Big Option. We stand by for correct weight. Thanks, man. Got that. Cheers. Correct weight relays. Weight is right. Correct weight. Correct weight. Right. Correct weight. Yeah, it's all correct and official. 7863, 7863 after the third. Fifth home number 5, sixth home number 4, a long hit by 1, a long hit by 1, and the time 1:10.97. 1:10.97 on race 3. Correct weight. Weight is right. 7863, 7863. Race 4 today at Narrow Court is the K Park Handicap, and it is the first leg of the quaddie. Race number 4, first leg of the quaddie, about 30 minutes away.
Why do we have to see cows in a horse race, man? It started raining. So they did not let us see the 7. Okay. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 9. That 11 is the favorite. But it's a neutral. So how beautifully they manipulate races is like this. That 7 is an EW probably, and I will not be surprised if that 7 wins. They did not let us look at that 7. Stay out of this one, gentlemen. This one is weird. Seven is getting tailed. They're not showing the 7. There's one under blanket. Which one is under blanket? God knows.
Steadfast, the odds on Baby moving around lanes. First in the gate, talking to Baby over there. 10 there. Oak Beach. Coral Impact, Mr. Young Char. Is a more. Golden Juice, Montana Rose. Bloody talk to me about it. Oak Beach and also Coral Impact. Mr. Young Shark, some more gold, Montana Rose, and Race Sports. Luddington moves up and fills the machine. Steadfast, the $1.40 favourite on the VOP moves up. 10 man moving in. Talk to me, baby, with the barrier rug, and here comes Carissa Moore. Moves up. Oak Beach about to move up. Picks up its position. It's really quite right. Nothing to worry about at this stage. Steadfast for you. I have the pleasure of all the weekend.
Araman, welcome back. 11 win.
One of his best performances. I like Steadfast, but I'm not taking $1.40. His performance put the opposition the mod to here comes Coral Impact. 10 rows certainly with a chance. Talking to Babe, it's not hopeless. It's been a big drifter. His racing thoughts look well in the yard. Moves up. And Golden Juice to be the or Dancing Juice, I beg your pardon, to be the last. Dancing Juice about to move in. Steadfast, $1.40. You're $1.40. You want to be good. Just about set. Down towards the centre. Dancing Juice settles. Carissa Moore moving about with Mr. Young Char. They're off. And Steadfast broken about third position. Going fast with Racy Thoughts on the inside a bit. And also Luddington pushing up. Not far away is Tamman. They're followed by out deep on the track, Mr. Young Char, and going around in is Coral Impact and Montana Rose on the fence over Talk to Me Baby. A length and a half to Oak Beach, then Carissa Moore being passed by Dancing Juice. Top of the track, Racing Thoughts is in front, leading by a half length. Steadfast given every chance by Bates. A clear second, Luddington on the fence, and then Tamman. Wide around on the track is Coral Impact. Montana Rose is back on the fence from Mr. Young Char, Talk to Me Baby, Oak Beach, 2 lengths, Carissa Moore and Dancing Juice. As they come off the back, 700 to run. Racing Thoughts the front runner, a half on Steadfast. Leader travelling along sweetly, as is the second favourite. Then Coral Impact wide. Luddington the fence, under pressure, Tamman, Mr. Young Char. Montana Rose looking for a run, comes away from the fence. Then further back in the field, Talk to Me Baby, Oak Beach. Carissa Moore and Dancing Juice. A bunching field as they come to the bend. Racing Thoughts the leader. Steadfast moved up and claimed it. Then Coral Impact. Nothing really coming from the back. Luddington is back on the fence. And further back, Mr. Young Char, but Steadfast has got a chance today, and she broke clear. Steadfast raced away from Coral Impact, Racing Thoughts, Luddington, Mr. Young Char, but the favourite Steadfast is well clear. Coral Impact's been beaten the trip and has run a brave race, but Steadfast too good, 1 by 2.5 lengths to Coral Impact. Mr. Young Char, photo between Montana Rose and deep out on the track running on was Oak Beach, then came Dancing Juice. Behind those runners was Talk to Me Baby, Luddington, a fair way back, Racing Thoughts. They were followed near the tail then by pulling up Tamman, and in front of it was Carissa Moore. Took all risk of anything going wrong out of the equation. Then Logan Bates, he's probably the best apprentice in Victoria, I think. And It's given her
Arman!
that was her race to win today. She's been able to do it. She got up on top of the speed. Filly by Bruts out of an Artie Schiller mare, bred by the Aldersons. And Cindy, the winning trainer, Logan Bates, her apprentice, going home to win. The Coral Impact's been brave, was 3 and 4 deep most of the way. First up off the spell for Lachlan King and Stephen King's run a terrific race. And Mr. Young Charles improved on his first up run. Jason Warren, here at home in Zach Spain to finish in 3rd position. 4th will go to Montana Rose just in front of Oak Beach. 11.148, 11.148, 130.92, 130.92. That was her race to really win today. It was just a matter of whether you want to take something.
So what happened? 11 was okay with one of the best jockeys. This 12 was a neutral jockey, and that did not work. 1 and 4. 4 was in the best hand. This horse has had nothing to do, all right? But it went through. And 1 was the other neutral. 11, 1, 4, then 8. So this was, horse was neutral, but the pressure was okay. It went through. Eight was okay. Four had no business in this one. The 4 got through. The 4 got through. Anyway, we'll go to the next. We'll see what's going on with the next. 8 has been scratched. There's a benchmark race. Odds 1, 4, 5, and 2. One, 4, 5, and 2. $165 extra. Best of luck, man. That was 6.
It's in the darkness on the rails, but Lucky Compass out wide as emerges the big danger. In the darkness, fights on, but Lucky Compass will pick it up. Lucky Compass won from either time on leads or in the darkness. Nothing in it. Fourth went to Western Girl. Whispering Pharaoh followed by Overbit. The Blue Star got
Balat.
Words a little belated leeway.
One. Arman.
Two in front of it, with main dangers. And last shot, really, probably more, really
Adaman got 1 6 in 5. Beautiful, Adaman.
Time gets second. One, 5, 6, and 10 with the number of numbers here. The big Larry. 5, 6, 10. Minutes, 3, also, maybe before you leave, it's cake battles with track.
Simon, we've had a bit of a shower of rain here. We need
Right, this is the 5th one here at Mornington. So if we look through the odds, that's 1 4 5 and 2. If we look through the rails, that's 1 2 4, wherein 4 is the neutral, linear. The pressure is adequate. Now, seven. So, 4 and 2 should be there. That's the largest outer drift. Well within the rails, 4 and 2, 4 2 1. But that 7 is there in some form, some way. The 7 is there. How 5 is there within the rails, but it's a neutral. We'll see. If we look at the pressure line, 7 is more than this. So that's 7 is there. The question here is 4. It's 74. 4 2 4 to 1 and 7 maybe. 4 to 1 and 7. 5 is questionable, but 4 2 with the drift, 1 with the rails, 7 with that pressure. 5 is the only one which is little dicey. The second one which is little dicey is this one. This is in the best hands. Okay, this horse has 10 races. This one has 35 races. Sorry, this one has 14 races. This one has 35 races. So this is an EW anyway. This is an EW anyway. But we don't have numbers for this particular horse for some reason. So 7 is 5 definitely with the pressure line. 7 is in, all right, but 6 is in the best hands and we don't have numbers. But if we have to take an assumption, this best hand will get in. 2 1 is the gate numbers. This is 7 8. 2 and 1. So yes, 6 is probably in. 5, I don't know, but 6 is probably in. 4 is the linear, 2 is the outer drift, 1 has the rails. The question is 6 or 1. 1 definitely is there as a favorite show, so it should get into the top 3. They will not do that big a ruckus, but the 6. Now, if we look at the management, this is a problem. This is a problem. Okay. So there is the problem. So 4. It has the drift 2400. But that's the management. In that case, what can happen? Because that's the one. In that case, I don't know. 4 should win. This should come second if the management doesn't interfere. 1 is then, and then it is probably 6. Oh man, 6 wins sunshine. Result sunshine. Don't know. They kind of changed that site, Aroman. They kind of changed that website, Top Sport. Now it's become very difficult to look at the results for all the tracks.
We wins about to come in for Brooke King, who won the previous race. James and Lisa Dodgson.
This one,
Big option.
God knows, bro. I don't know.
James and Lisa Dodgson this time. Still to move in Tales of Conflict with Canada, Red Wine Lover, and also one or two others still just obscure from my vision at the moment. So they're just putting a barrier blanket on Tales of Conflict, who is now in the stable of Sophie Logan, who had her first Metro winner yesterday with Serenite Illusion. She can often be a little bit of a handful. Tales of Conflict when it comes to going into the gates. She's just got a bit of a phobia, I think. She generally gets through it with that barrier blanket.
No, that's not Sunshine. Sunshine is here. That's something on the Victorian side. 4-1. Sunshine Ghost.
On Dylan's Lad. So there's something going on in the gate. Started off the stand as well. So
I'll be right back from the washroom.
this horse out, knocked himself down in the gates. Doesn't look like it. The jockey practicing the gates and being examined by the vet, and Andrew Steed, the jockey, just had a little limp going there, but I think other than that he's okay. Let's hope so, because it's his only ride today. He had another one, TikTok Boom, but that got scratched. So let's hope Dylan's Lad is A-OK. Stewards and vets. Oh, what a pity. All right, 2:42, it's come out. So Dylan's Lad is a late scratching on Bet's advice at the gates. Take note. Dylan's Lad is out. That's really unfortunate for all concerned. And it's out. Number 7 at the gates. Taken out of harm's way. The light comes back on. And we are ready. We are racing in the 4th at Narracourt, and fast away over him, wide around with tremendous speed. Going to lead easily from Tester Dexter. Royal Telephone, Did We Win? Pitchback not too far away alongside of Red Wine Lover, who's a little deep, and then Williams Quest, Tales of Conflict. 2K Click in the predominant red colour is salooming through nearer the inside, picking up speed, and Candidate Pink Cap last of all. The leader is over him. It's Shanghai out of the gates, and at the 550, it's cruising by a length and a half on Royal Telephone, who's got the sit. Then 2 in front of Tester Dexter, 3 to Red Wine Lover, Did We Win? Pitchback, 2K Clicks getting by it, but it's got 7 lengths to make up as they swing for home at the 300. Royal Telephone and Tester Dexter, they're knocking one another over as they turn. They've grabbed over him, and Tester Dexter for Alice Lindsay, charged to the lead at the 100. Tester Dexter, 2K Clicks in hot pursuit. Tester Dexter darts back to the rail, will do enough to score. Tester Dexter from 2K Click and Red Wine Lover. Royal Telephone, Tales of Conflict, Pitchback, Canada, then again to Did We Win? Williams Quest, and over him went very fast, but tied up at the 150 and finished towards the tail.
Okay, I'm back. Adam, what track are you racing today? We are at Mornington. Adam, Mornington.
Good to see Alice with a win. She's had quite a few minor placings of late, and this one will return 13, 30 and 320. Royal Telephone just shifted out, turning in. Didn't seem to bother the momentum of Tester Dexter. He just squeaked on by. And in the end has defeated 2K Click, who's come down the outside for Tegan Boren to run.
Gandagai is next, I think. Three. That's how the 4 looks like. Six. 6, 7, 2, 10. No, Gandagai is here. They're showing Gandagai here. I've seen that track here. Or maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I've seen the 4.
Yannick,
That's
jockey
Gandagai.
out of the
You're
side
right.
there.
You're right.
Right, coming forward, locally trained by Michelle Teal here at Gundagai. Jeff Benzer in the saddle, going for 3 winners for the day. Railway Avenue completes
1400
the line.
meter.
The 1400 race 6 Gundagai about to get underway. Starter climbs the ladder. Picks up the button as the red light comes on. They're about to break. Line looks pretty good. They're set. Gates open, off and racing, and Rhineland a touch slow. And away to a really good start was the favourite, Liquor Talk. And pushing up on the pace also there is Bri going to second from Exorbitant Dennis. Railway Avenue is going forward out deep up into the top 3 now. Greatest of Ease will settle 50 inside for Missy Spike. Western Front is on a forward move with around 1,000 to go. They're followed by Turnaway, who's going to settle about midfield, a couple of lengths to Boy from Tennessee. Being followed by another Fortune. Yannick and Rhineland, the last one. Western Front found the rails in the front with 800 to go. By 2 lengths to Railway Avenue, the favourite Liquor Talk and Joyce and Lovely. Run Bry's 4th and Missy Spike. Being followed by Exalted Dennis from Greatest of Ease. Turn away in the back half of the field from Boy from Tennessee. Further back to Yannick. Another Fortune and Rhineland, the last one. Western Front going well in front. 500 to go from Railway Avenue. Bry up the 3rd from Liquor Talk. Then Missy Spike. In behind them, Greatest of Ease, Exalted Dennis to the outside, a fairway back off the pace is Turnaway. As they straighten up and Railway Avenue goes to the lead here from Bry. Then Missy Spike being followed by Exalted Dennis behind them.
Come on,
Turnaway
6.
needs a run, but it's
Where are you?
Railway Avenue in front of Missy Spike, and then
6.
Yannick
Get in.
the
Get in.
inside.
7.
Railway Avenue in front from Liquor Talk, and Railway Avenue beats Liquor Talk, flashing home Boy from Tennessee. Then Missy Spike, Yannick, another Fortune, Exalted Dennis, Turnaway, Rhineland, Grace of Ease, Bry, and towards the tail end of the field.
7, bro.
Front.
7 gets it over the 11. On the outside, and I don't know if it's shut.
That 9 is a 7-year-old mare. It's 55 races. How did you do yesterday, Cup David? I had a few openings. I had one clean shot that I got. The rest, yesterday there was a little, things got a little messy. I did not notice. So what happened is, there's a little bit of problems I've been facing lately because of abrupt electricity getting disconnected. So that happened day before, and everything got shut down. And it was a hard boot on my for all my servers. They restarted, and when I was racing yesterday, the data kind of got jumbled up. So what we are doing, the pressure point that we were trying to look at yesterday, that got a little jumbled up, and I was able to figure that thing out today, that that data went wrong. But one clean shot that I had was apart from the number 3 winning on the 4th race, or the 5th race, that that mare on a 2400 meter or a 2600 meter. So apart from that, I had another clean shot, so I got 2. I mean, that's what I got. And then I went on with PC a few races as EW. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. So that's that. But overall, it was nice. I mean, everybody was having fun. Everybody was having fun yesterday. That's Arman, the thing is, at times it becomes, at times it becomes very tricky. Tricky as in, I get very tired by the end of the end of the card. If there are 10 races, by the end of the 10th, 7th or 6th, I get so tired that my eyes start paining and I can't see properly. So that's when I make most of the mistakes. That's when I make that's exactly the reason we need to reduce the number of channels that we are following. And that's exactly what we are trying to do today. Not going through the rest of the channels, just looking at, how the handicapping is done. I was actually thinking of getting rid of the CNF and the PNL channels, where we're monitoring their profit and loss for the stud farms and the owners. But I don't think we can do that. It's something that is going to be there. I mean, like in this one, I'd like the 4 to win, right? The 4 is the linear. 4 should win, and I'd like the 2 to come in second. But the 2 has a management issue. I don't know whether they'll be able to deliver. So that's a problem. The 4, 2, and then probably 1. If the 7 doesn't get in. 4, 2, then probably 1. If the 7 or the 5 gets in, then it's a separate issue. The 5 is a neutral. I don't know whether, that is going to work. But 5 again looks like has one of the best jockeys. So can go any direction, this one. 4 should win. And the problem is, how do that'll be a lot of money getting involved if we place multiple bets. That's not ideal. We need one straight line. It's either 1 or 5. 4 is not the favorite. 1 is the favorite. 1 is the favorite. 107. Yesterday 107 should get through. You say 1. All right, then I'll be out. I was anyway.
About to move on.
4 is bet favorite on bet 365. Okay.
Spread comes. Pretty about to get ready. Debate out of the gate, have a share, but also So Brave gets the blinkers to this assignment after coming off a break. Reactivate ready, sweet liaison, moves into the machine.
I stayed out.
So Brave and Gift Laboratory, who's done a good job this term. And we're waiting now for the last to move in and have a share. And once it moves up, we'll be just about ready to run. So Brave, move on in. Joint favourites at 2 to 1 or $3 on the VOP as My Rockefeller comes to the back of the gate. All set. Starter up.
It's 2,400 meters. Let's see.
Brave, move on in. They're off. Move on in, jumped away well from barrier number 1. Gift of Oratory, have a share, but My Rockefeller from the deep, the first 3 to get going. And Bo's going to hunt the fence and take up a forward spot on Move On In, so that's very positive early for him with the equal favourite. Reactivate So Brave drifts back third, last Real Intrigue, Sweet Liaison. So around the bend on the first occasion, and My Rockefeller, one at the front, leads Havisham facing the breeze, Gift of Oratory back the fence. And then came Move On In, who gets away from the fence to follow on the heels of Havisham. 2 lengths to So Brave, and his rider quickly getting up behind the other favourite. Reactivate the fence. Then Real Intrigue pulling hard, and Sweet Liaison whip them in as they go out of the straight. My Rockefeller in charge and leads the way. Came across from the wide alley for Jet Stanley and takes up the lead and goes out clear. As they go up
This is the
behind
perfect
track,
picture.
running second
This is the perfect picture.
2 lengths move
The
on
2
in,
should
2
be
lengths
doing
away
that. Is that the 2?
Reactivate So Brave
I just
is
hope that's the
outside
2.
from Real
That 2
Intrigue.
should be doing
Sweet
that.
Liaison, the bear, the boulder, last of all, is the leader.
And the
My
4
Rockefeller
should be
looks a bit
exactly
behind
doing what it
He's
is
clear for
doing.
Jet Stanley by 2.5 lengths. Havisham and neck away on the fence is Gift of Oratory. 2 3/4 to behind those runners. Move On In. On the fence, Reactivate. So Brave still tracking up behind Move On In. Then Sweet Liaison passed on the fence by Real Intrigue to the back straight. My Rockefeller wheeling and dealing at the 1,000. 2.5 lengths Havisham and Gift of Oratory. Similar margin of about 2.5 to Move On In. So Brave is picking up on the outside of Reactivate. 2 lengths away, Real Intrigue, Sweet Liaison past the 700. And it's My Rockefeller in front, but going up, Gift of Oratory off the fence quickly to challenge. Havisham's had enough. Then running into it is Reactivate and pulling out is Move On In, and coming with him So Brave. Move On In and So Brave come with their runs together down by the 500. Sweet Liaison, Real Intrigue. My Rockefeller being grabbed by Gift of Oratory, and Move On In made a line of 3 and takes the lead. So Brave under pressure, 3/4 back. Then My Rockefeller, Move On In for Burton's quickly race to the front. He'll stay all day, leads the way from Gift of Oratory, fighting back. Then So Brave, Move On In about a half, 3/4. Now a length in front, he's got the upper hand, he's got the money. Move On In is coming away from Gift of Oratory and So Brave. And Move On In, a good ride by Bo, sends him home to the wire to win 2 lengths.
1542.
Second, So Brave third, My Rockefeller really.
Thank you for saving me, Ottoman.
I think if you backed him and once you put him into the spot behind the leaders, you were pretty confident he'd have to win from there.
I was out.
He's been able to do that. He had a very one pace when he raced last time out. He ran a terrific race when they were walking in front. It was very hard to make up ground from the back. And he picked up nicely for a horse that would be fitted for that run at 2,400 metres. The Southern Massar for Nick Price.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
It's too good for the coming away with Edwin. Well, a double to the team. Look,
6. Nine, 8, 7, and 10. Got the eggs. Beautiful. Six 1,000 meter. Man, I'm out of secrets. Fish. This Ballard used to be my favorite place to race, but I don't know what they've done lately. We've raced on this all-weather track last year constantly, back to back, and what results we've got from here. We haven't raced on the artificial track yet this year, but we've raced on the ground, the turf, and that is playing absolutely absurd. Six and three. Ballard used to be, Arman, Ballard used to be a blind place to race. This used to be a blind place to race. There are plenty of videos, Arman, on Ballard that we have raced last year. You can check back to back at this track. It's a very expensive artificial track. I know, I saw that. It used to be a place like that. But this year we have played twice on the turf. It is absolutely disastrous. We still haven't played the all-weather. Man, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Back to back we've raced here. Back to back. Blindly. But this year they've made me so nervous. Now I don't know if I want to race here anymore or not. Especially the synthetic track. 6-5. You got it again. 6-3. I think 6 and 5. But you got the 6. This track is a state-sponsored track. It's a very expensive, probably the most expensive track in Australia. Probably it is the most expensive all-weather track in Australia. This is a state-sponsored track. I know this track inch by inch.
Yeah. Thanks, Simon.
But they've made this year. Yes, congratulations, Arman. This year I don't know. I'm very nervous to play at Ballard again. This year with the turf racing. They've done disasters this year.
16 and the rest of 25s or better. So 3 favourite over 2. There's been good support for the 9. I did go with the 9 as the on-top selection and a little bit of value for race 5 as they come out onto the track with 6 minutes of betting time remaining. 9 each way from 6, 2 and 3. But at the moment, the Donkey Dog favourite at 280.
Right, so this is the 6th one, 1000 meter, okay? And if we look through the odds, it's 9, 8, 7 and 10. And if we look through the rails, that 9 is the favorite. 8 is the outer drift, inner drift. There's another inner drift which is here, but this inner drift is better. that 7 is through the rails. That's all there. But the 10 is the neutral in the best hands. But that 11 is there. Now that's a 6-year-old mare. It doesn't look like it has a chance, but it's there. It's the largest outer drift. Problem is, this one has 28 races. The numbers are not great, and we have no clue about the management. The data is missing on that part, but this is a strong advantage. That's the strongest advantage. So it'll push through. If we look at this, the 10, and that's 6. All right, that's 6, I guess. 10, 2, 7, and 6. 6 was a maiden. It went ahead with that advantage. Same advantage. That was the advantage given to 6 to come in 4th. All right, this was a maiden horse. Everywhere there was one with the advantage that actually got through. I think we got the 7 as well here. 2. The 7 got in. See that? So this 2 was supposed to get in with that advantage, but they had a management problem. So they did get in some way or the other. I think this is race number 3. No, they did not get in because of that management issue. So point is this, that that's a huge advantage, and that is supposed to get in at the 2nd position. 9 should win. That's the linear. Now the question is, I mean, I can't play a club here. That's beyond the question. Cannot play a club, because if we play a club between 9 and 8, that's ridiculous. It may not work. Chances are it will not work. If we play 9 and 7, then 10 and 11 are in between, wherein 10 is in beautiful hands. If I play 9 and 10, then the 10 might not get through with the 2nd position, because there is a higher drift here. So club is not possible in this race. I can't do it. I don't know. So that'll be a gamble, straight away gamble. But 9 should win. We'll place a bet on 9 if the 9 wins. If it doesn't get tailed. Arrowman, I'd so love to believe that. I'd so love to believe what you're saying, and that should be the case. It's 210 meters. It's a leader's track. You're absolutely spot on that. But I don't know how to explain this. But what I see is at times you just being manipulated. That's all. At times you're just manipulated, And that's when I like to step out. That's exactly when I like to step out. I can't. I need to work on myself, actually. I need to work on myself because I get very, very worried about certain things which I can see, which are there, and then, I mean, this is a problem with me, and the problem is there because, for the last so many years, the only thing that I've been doing is money. And I've seen things that, maybe one day when we are not racing, we'll discuss in, how the market gets manipulated, how things work is a thing that I can't just get rid of. Is a thing that I just can't get rid of. From Mornington. 492. Yeah, so that is two is a thing that is there. The two is a thing which is there, but for 2 to get in, the 8 needs to lose. So this is what is going on. Aroman, the 9, okay, the 9. So see, 7 has advantage. 7 definitely has advantage, but it's 1,000 meter. Let's look at the pressure point, the final pressure point. So the 8 is at a huge pressure, all right? The 8 is at a huge pressure. 9 is optimized. This is a huge pressure. Plus, now things that happens. Okay, so when you have all 3-year-olds, if you look through the VH, 160. $16. So if you so things that works when you have same sex and same age. This is not the same age, but Still it is a check because it is right after the linear. All right, now things that might happen. This one is not within the rails, but it's a 5-year-old mare, and this is a 3-year-old filly. So 9 losing is going to be difficult. 9 losing is like straight out cheating. 9 losing is not possible. 7 is an EW. There's less pressure. So 7 is also safe position. But there is something in between. That could be either the 11, which is a 6-year-old mare with the highest advantage, or that will not happen. I don't think that will happen. If that happens, that will be very bad, actually. The problem here is this neutral. The problem is here this neutral, this good hand, and this 6-year-old mare with that relaxation. So 9-7 is okay. I get that part of the story. If we talk about 11 and 10, I mean, a 1,000-meter neutral is difficult, is not easy job, and you need a fantastic jockey to deliver this. That doesn't look like the case. The best jockey is on 2. Okay, the best jockey is on 2. So eight is not within the rails. This one is also not within the rails. This is an inner drift. This is an outer drift. They are almost close. But the pressure on 8 is so big that this might not work. In that case, the 2 will get in because of the jockey, and the pressure is less on this horse. Whether it has performance or not, that we are not even looking. That's separate. So the possibilities that might happen is, if we look through this, that's 9 to 8, and 8 has the highest, so 9 and 2, and then 7 with the rails. And now if you talk about 4, that is not even in the CNFs. They're like they're defaulters. Plus it is not the largest drift. The largest drift is 11. And here is the problem, that if we go 9 and 2, if we go 9 and 2 as club, then if the 11 gets in, it's all over. And honestly speaking, the 11 has the physics to do this. All that needs to happen is 11 running. 11 has the physics to do this. It is very much capable of delivering this. So if 9 wins, I mean, the safest bet is, I guess, 9. There's nothing else to it. Anything else in this particular race is designed in such a way. I mean, we don't have the management on this, okay? We don't know whether they're going to do what. I don't have the data on that. That's one. 10 is a neutral. It's in very good hands. But 1,000 meter, a neutral delivering is another thing on a different level altogether. Plus that 12 is also there, because if we look through the VH, that 12 is, I mean, I don't know if you have seen those races at Randwick. They play it exactly like this, that everything else is going to go for a toss, the 12 will win. Why? Because it's a BB and with that advantage. So there's no surety in this one. Honestly, there is no surety in this one. 7, 8, 10, 16. 9 is probably the safest one. The 11 is a threat. The 12 is a threat. The 10 is definitely a threat. I don't know whether that neutral will work or not. The 2 is there. The 2 is very much there with the pressure line. So either 8 fails and 2 gets in because of the pressure. Either 8 fails and 2 gets in. That's a lot of pressure for a 3-year-old filly. And that's a 4-year-old mare. So that's a lot of pressure. Chances are 9-2-7. 9-2-7 probably. But I mean, considering that 11 and 12 will not get in, wherein they have very strong advantages, especially the 11. That thing is lethal. If that gets in, then 2 has no chance. I mean, 2 is a good horse. It has it's a pressure versus advantage. It's a 4-year-old mare with pressure, and that's a 6-year-old mare with at least 3 times the advantage. Here. Nine will depend on the jockey. 9 has 9 is, see, Arman, 99% of the races that are 1200 meters, 1100, the sprints up till 2000 meters, you cannot beat the linear if the linear is well within the rails. When the linear is not within the rails, that's where the problem is. That is the physics, and I've tried this on more than 10,000 tracks. That's why, you know, the first thing that I speak of is the linears. This is the data that I'm talking is based on, you know, the number of races that we've done, which is 10,000 plus. And you cannot beat a linear in a sprint if that is within the rails and if it doesn't get tailed. If it gets tailed, that's a separate issue. That horse is not in the right form. So that's a separate issue. But Kandagai. So that's a separate issue, but a linear should deliver. Like the previous one was at 2400 meters. So when you said that there is a, you know, when you came up with that thing that 9 will not. Mornington is not racing now. Not yet. It's time. Closed. Man, we were talking and we did not place the bet. Four, 8, 9. Yes, 4, 8, 9. So we check now what happened. Good that we stayed out. 489. And what is the fourth number, by the way? Four 4897. 4897. Okay, so dedicated jockey on that horse. There's a dedicated jockey on that horse. Boom! I was out. I could not place my bets. But thanks for doing that. Out. 9 and 7. There was a dedicated jockey on that horse. So we are not measuring. Yeah, I would have placed my win on 9. So, I'm trying to avoid all those variables today. I'm trying to avoid all the variables today that we generally check whether it has a dedicated jockey or not and all that. We try to get rid of all that. I mean, I'm not even looking at how the more than 75% of the data I'm not even considering today. It's just HP is there. HP is very much there. Here is the HP. Now, what is happening here is, I'll tell you what is happening. So, we had just the HP, all right? That is the HP. This is the HP tab. 9, 8, 6, 10. That's the HP. But that's the pressure on the horse. That's the horse pressure. Now, this is the final pressure. This is the final pressure. What happens is, I don't know if you are aware of this thing called regression. There's a thing called regression. So regression is something that gradually increases. So it's something similar to, if you're holding a cup in the air For the first 2 minutes, it might seem like you are holding it and it is very light, but from the third minute, it'll start feeling heavier. So it depends on the distance, okay? It depends on the distance. What kind of a distance are you covering, and how heavy this thing is going to turn out by the end of the distance. So 9 was optimized. 9 was the only one which was optimized. It was the linear, it should have won. But the 4, okay? So when we look at this from this angle, 9 becomes heavier. 9 becomes heavier, and then this becomes with that factor, and it has dedicated jockey. So that becomes heavier and this becomes lighter. We'll get rid of all this. We'll get rid of all the other channels that we have, and we'll take a look at what's going on. Yeah, without the HP, it's I mean, I don't know how to work. We got, I mean, it's just that we need to, you know, refine that thing to be absolute accurate, depending on the distance. Depending on the distance. Sectional speed is there. Sectional speed is there. For each and every distance, sectional speed is there. That is, this is, I've hidden that. I mean, I don't want to follow it anymore. So, I have included that in the handicapping. So that's the sectional speed. That is where the positive starts, okay? These are negatives. These are negatives. This is where the positive starts. That's your sectional timing. What is the result? 4, 8, 9, and 7. So 4. Then the highest negative, 9 and 7, which is the next one in the positive. It did not go here. Those are the worst ones. So the difference between the positive and the negative, the difference between the positive and the negative is this, that how the sectional timing is calculated. That's the first thing. So you're looking at distance, and then you're looking at the gate speed and the first till the first bend. So if the first bend is at 600 meter marker, then you're looking at first 400 meters. So that's how it is calculated. That is how it is calculated. So for these two had the same sectional speed, all right? These two had the same sectional speed, but the two did not do anything because of whatever reasons that is. And the 7 was the next one on the positive line. This is higher, okay? This is higher, so that's why it came in later. For the highest one here, then the 9, then the 7, and they did not get in. No, so that's sectional time is definitely good, but Arman, the thing is, you're dealing with you're dealing in a subject which is so volatile in its own way that what can you possibly miss out on? You but that's how it is. That's how it is. That's how it is. No, you are anyways on data, Arman. You are anyways on data. You know how to use data, so you kind of are something. You know the science behind it. I mean, I don't like to, if I don't get a clarity, I don't get in. If I don't get a clarity, I don't get in. I'm trying to get a clarity. I am trying to get a clarity. I am trying to get a clarity, but we still need to do a lot of refinement. Anyway, I have not done the 7th one, but we'll do that. Let's see what's going on. We'll take a look at the odds later on. First, we'll take a look at the 1, 2, and 4 has been scratched. Okay, so let's do this together. This is the last race today. I don't have any further races today because it just did not generate the races. The server got into a little problem, but we'll try to do this anyway. So we are going to do from here. Let's start from here. $1,200 meter. 230. It's in the best hand. That's the linear. Okay. Now the problem is the jockey is neutral. I will not win. The jockey is neutral. I don't know. That's a tricky thing.
Between her and Missile 1, starting well. Nikita Berman, Maddie Hoyston.
Next yard, she's just coming back from the 1400 second up, where she was probably a combination of outclassed and just struggled to see out a really strong 7 furlong. So they brought it back to the 1200, where she was so successful in first up, showing a great turn of foot. And from that draw, she should get around the race.
So now that's, if that's the scene, then anything is possible. That this one is there, which can win. 8 can win. 61. 8 is not within the rails. Winning is difficult. The actual one which is within the rails is this neutral. I don't know, bro. This is tricky. This jockey has been put as neutral on the 5. What are the odds? Five, 10, 3, 9.
He went out in good form. He's coming back first up today. I don't know if I want to back him on a heavy track, especially a heavy 10 first up, but wouldn't surprise me if he ran a cheeky race.
All about that key, isn't it? Mambo Dancer resumes. The mare by Rubik, Ronnie Stewart, and Chris Anderson.
Well, she's first up as well, and she's on a heavy track, but as we said in the preview count, she trialled really well at Deegan coming into this, closed off under a hold. She's got great first up figures. She's 1 from 1 in the heavy, and she loves racing here. So there was enough there to justify having spec at the $10, and she's holding her spot in the market.
Overall, Princess is the 12th last start winner, where she was really able to dictate, control, and give kick Talia Fenlon for the Munsters.
She's got great form here at the Sunny Coast. She's performed on soft. We've never seen her race on heavy, but even the soft track runs, they've been on the better side of soft. So I've just got that little niggle how she's going to go on a really heavy track here. And as you said, Bo Desert, it was just made to order for her, and she got away with that one. So I'm taking her on to some degree today.
Smart Missile 1 by Smart Missile gets her ideal conditions today. Taylor Marshall, Jack Bruce.
She does. Taylor's shooting for a winning double. She bolted in here too, back on a soft 5, 1 by 6. Then they threw her to town in a class 3. She was hard in the market, but she swapped up to them and she didn't have any obvious excuses. So they brought her back to the provincials, back to her favourite track. She should handle the ground.
Echo Hunter ran on well enough. First up, she was too far off the speed. Jake Bayless and the Jenkins stable.
The biases go on for the first side. The winkers come off, and you're right. She just got too far out of the ground. First up over 1200. She's staying at the 1200.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
And I'll probably just give her another run before I end up unpacking her.
Quest of Quests is, I think, the best roughie in the race for Olivia Cairns. He's first up today. Comes to hand very quickly.
I agree with you, Kian. I've got him as the best roughie as well. I thought he trialled really well at Bow Desert. He rocketed home, caught the eye in that trial. First up last prep was very good at Bowie, and he's 1 from 1 on a heavy track, and that was a heavy 10 the day he won. He handled it really well, so it'd be a great result for the potty.
Cartwheels has confirmed favouritism now over Missile 1, which just did displace it there for a little bit. For the Matty Boystead team, he had a nice debutante today. Vovo, if I'm correct, yeah. Follow Vovo wherever it goes. Kid's got a
beautiful action and covered ground for a good couple furlongs, and then the heavy 10 on debut was telling, but nice horse moving forward. Let's turn our attention to this race. As I said, Cartwheel's favourite, Joycey, the 15, that's not right, is it? Is it the 15?
Yes.
Yeah, the 15, sorry, Missile 1. It's just a little bit easy now, out to $3.80. Next best, we're looking at perhaps the $3.90 well backed for Oberoi Princess. Is that the farrier? Looking at the offside of Mambo Dancer there. Perhaps shifted to plate, perhaps not. Looks like it's got the go ahead.
All right.
No. Is he getting off?
Just give me a hand signal when you want to join in, maybe, Count. Probably the best way to...
So I was just trying to keep my finger on the pulse here, but looks like that plate is intact.
All right. You've handled that very well. 9, 2, 15 and 18, the late male, number 9, Mambo Dancer for me. On top, just holding that $10 mark. We like the trial. We're a bit worried about a first up on a heavy 10, but first up stats, heavy track stats, tick, tick, tick. Good trial, good price. That'll do the 9, Mambo Dancer. 15, Missile, 2, Cartwheels, certainly hard to beat. 15, Missile 1, likewise. Both fit horses, racing well, handle it wet. And the 18, Quest of Quests. My best roughie, 9, 2, 15, 18.
I like what Mambo Dancer did at the trials as well. The Mambo Rubik looks to be nice and forward. I thought the 18, the Danger, Quest's a Quest, and then most certainly Cartwheels and Missile 1. Okay, here's Josh.
Away well, she's jumped in front for Missile 1. Third early doors, the inside Mambo Dancer, passing Quest of Quests. And they're followed by Cartwheels on the rail, wide around there with Pyroy. Back to second last is Echo Hunter, and Crestbrook a length and a half away. So Oberoi Princess by a long neck, and second the outside Missile 1. Fine up third, Mambo Dancer. Pyroy going forward 3 wide between the Quest of Quests. A length and a half to Cartwheels on the inside of Echo Hunter, and 2 lengths away to Crestbrook. So the heavily played Oberoi Princess in front narrowly. Second Missile 1, Pyroy's being wide. Quest of Quests on the outside of Mambo Dancer. Cartwheel getting away from the fence and going forward 3 and 4 wide. Even deeper there is Echo Hunter and Crestbrook at the rear. Oberoi Princess just in front, but looming up as Missile 1. Not much room for Quest of Quests. Down the outside, Pyroy, even wider as Cartwheels. On the outside, Missile 1 just in front. The inside, Oberoi Princess. Down the outside, Pyroy, late Crestbrook the inside. Kicking back here is Oberoi Princess. The outside, Missile 1. They hit the line. Oberoi Princess off the canvas is won by head 2 in second.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm not sure third either. Cartwheels.
Lewis, welcome back. Araman 5, 10, 8 and 3. 5 looks good, but the jockey is in a tricky position. I'm going to stay out.
Tenacity there of Oberoi Princess for the much stable under Talia Fenelon. Missile 1 in for second. Crestbrook doing some good work late up the rails there in Cartwheel. So it's 12, 15, 8, 2 across the line.
Looked back to the top of the straight, but she fought back. She's ticked that head.
12, Lewis.
And just fit hard. Too smart. Corey must train. And she was too tough for them. Missile 1 had the race shot. The bits couldn't get away with it. And then Cartwheel's similar sort of 12, 15.
Boom. Signpost. All right, this is going to be the last race today. I could not do the 8th one that gave me error, but this is the last one today, and then back on Tuesday. This weekend also we're going to next weekend there's some big races at Randwick. What are those? So April, okay. Today is 6th, so 12th is next Saturday, I think. Saturday. Randwick, Queen Elizabeth Stakes, Sydney Cup, all Australian Oaks. Big races coming up Randwick next Saturday. Then 19th also, I think it's all Randwick. We'll never get the Morfettville, so let's not cry about it. That will not happen. We will not get that feed. Then May, we've got Doomben, Gosford, Eagle Farm. Those are small races, but this weekend we've got something big. Yeah, so that 5 is the linear, bro. Ideally the 5 should win. It's in very good hands, but the problem is this jockey. The jockey is neutral. I don't know whether it'll work or not. I don't know it'll work or not with that jockey. The jockey needed to be this guy on 9. The one on 9 is riding a neutral, and the linear is ridden by a neutral. So anything is possible. The 10 is a neutral. Everybody is a neutral here. So these two are within the rails, the 5 and 10. 5 and 10 are within the rails, and 5 and 10 are the first two favorite. One has a neutral jockey, the other one, the horse, is neutral. Yeah, cows, cattles. Possible, bro. When your linear is in a tricky position, then anything is possible. Then it is all about advantage, distance. All that thing will come into picture, and I think 8 is 8 is good. Why? Because 8 is good. I also like the 3. The 3 is also good. 3 has a lot of advantage. 6. 1200. This is what? This is race 7.
Back in the gates, moving in soon.
Yeah, this is race 7. I'm out. I will not get into it. Thank you for saving me from those disasters today, Atoman.
You're over there at the start, Burton Street, Palatine Stay. These are moving around. moving in. Clearing up. Yeah, it's ordinary. It's a bit feral, the weather, but it's starting to clear up a little bit as they move into the barrier stalls for the last 2 races on the program in Albertville. I think Jamie's father, John, might be the owner of this horse, and it's been backed off the back. It's very impressive winning in its first start that was for Clinton. So we're just waiting on, I think Nietzsche's moved in, Palentine's Day, second fix out of the gate. Here's Burton's Street being led to the machine, so they're beating it well. Second fix gets some gear changes with the tongue tie coming off and the blinkers going on. Palentine's Day to move up. Rain coming down earlier didn't look to be too friendly. The wind has been a curse right throughout the day, but it's blown the rain away now, so it's starting to clear up. All set. Albertville, heavily back favourite. They're off. Second last away, Albertville. Stirrup won the start near the inside. Showing plenty of early speed. Wide out is Burton Street. Let's Trot. Nishka back on the fence just off those runners, starting to improve. And they were followed a length away then by Albertville, with going up in front of it is well back in the field. Second fix, second last, and a length away at the tail of the field, Palentine's Day. Let's Trot in front, leads the way, but Burton Street's declared it on. 2.5 away, Let's Trot, Nishka. They were being followed next to Ball in a good position behind those is Tommy S. Didn't see it the first time through. Albertville, second fix getting up on the fence, Palentine's Day, and he's top 2 away. Stirrup, Burton Street past the 400. Let's Trot about to claim the pair. A length away, Nishka under pressure. They're followed by second fix, and now Albertville's getting to the outside of Tommy S, starting to run on with plenty to give. In fact, he's got a lot to give. On the outside, Burton Street going to Stirrup, but Albertville picked them up in one stride. It's all over bar the shouting. He raced to the front now. Second fix goes to second. Albertville in front, and Albertville goes on to win a half. Second fix, 4 away, Stirrup. Then
5-10.
Nishka, Let's Trot. A fair way back in the field.
The odds were right on this one.
Tommy S, I should say. And back alongside of it was...
Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, well, but she didn't panic. She had plenty of horse under, and the leaders went.
That is it.
Stop.
We had 8 races here today, but unfortunately we had to do just 7 of them. We couldn't do the 8th one, but I'm going to be racing back on Tuesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, Araman. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much. Tuna, my friend, thank you so much. Have a great day, gentlemen. I'll see you on Tuesday. Daos, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. I'll see you on Tuesday. Have a great day till then. Bye-bye.